You'll come see her. Oh, I think I'd said Cecilia Mugane. This one I'd said. So if you haven't got anyone who doesn't have a name tag, all right, then she'll just come to you at that last table and, check if it's among the ones that are still here. If not, then she'll do one for you. Thank you for your patience, guys. Sorry. Looks like I'm on time, kinda. I'm meeting on someone's time, and I know she's going to eat me alive after this. So now that we kind of know each other, you can see someone's name tag and know who is in front of you or behind you or by your side. Let's start. Let's stand again for one more activity before I invite Marianne to take us through finances. Yes, sir. So this activity is about money. And if you're wearing heels, yeah. Kama uko na heels, tafadhali toa. Mimi sitaki baadaye ukuje uniambie Eric, hizi heels wewe ndio umefanya ziharibike. So if you're wearing heels, please remove them. I know you'll become shorter, but it's fine. Yeah. Thank you, Murithi, for removing your heels. All right. So there's this game that is called a horse galloping. Okay. So do you know the sound that a horse makes when it's running? Yeah. Like the sound of the hooves hitting the ground. It's like how? Like rain, right? So let me show you. Let's do that. Horse galloping. You might need to take a stance. Like that. Faster. Slow. It's approaching a barrier. When it's approaching a barrier, it sort of slows kidogo and then it does what? It jumps over the barrier. Sawa. So how does it jump over a barrier? No, you jump. How does it jump over a barrier? You jump. Sawa. So horse is galloping. Let's do that. Barrier. Allah. Okay. What animal should I use? Maybe the horses are wrong. We didn't see it growing up. I use what? A goat. No, people are not jumping. So we know how a horse jumps. Okay, even if we've never seen it, we've seen it on TV. So let's do it again. Horse galloping. Faster. It sees a barrier, it slows down a bit, and then it does what? It jumps. Faster again. Faster. It bends to the left. It bends to the right. Yeah, it's going. Sees a barrier and then jumps. Again, it goes. Faster. Very fast. Sees a barrier, jumps. Thank you very much. Have a seat as I invite Marianne to come and talk to us about money and how, as like a horse, we need to make sure that you can see the barriers. Times you bend to the left or to the right to protect yourself and to miss. Asante. This is Marianne. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Marianne Tyrone Gola, and I'm the founder of Larisk Africa. So today I will share my stay-at-home mom journey, my transition from a stay-at-home mother to right now where I own my business and I'm running my business. So my journey started over 6-7 years ago when I did get married to my husband at that time. I was at that point, my husband was the one who was providing everything. Yeah, I was a full stay-at-home mom. I was the one who was managing the home. I was taking care of the home, managing, taking care of the kids, and my husband was the provider. Yeah, and life was amazing. Yeah, life was really good because I was in a really good marriage where we communicated, we had our family goal, our family vision. We're those people who had like a whole spreadsheet of a 50-year plan. Yeah, we're that serious. And life changed drastically in 2020. So I'm coming from a place where I have my husband, my loving husband, my baby. At that time, she was 17 months, and I was pregnant. At that time, I was, I think, about 31, 32 weeks pregnant. And then in 2020, my husband died from COVID. Yeah. And that time is where my life completely changed, because I was coming from a place where I was fully taken care of. I didn't have to stress about money. I didn't have to stress about provision. I didn't have to stress literally about anything, because, as I said, I was in a very, very loving, very healthy marriage. And now I am faced with this situation where the person I was fully dependent on, the person I truly love and care about, is gone just like that. And now I was left with now my daughter, who's still 17 months, and I had to give birth. I mean, they had to do a CS on me because I was in so much trauma and I could not hold the pregnancy any longer. So that's when my son came in. And now that was a very confusing time, because, as I said, this is how life had been. This was the status quo. And then all of a sudden, things changed. And at that time, when all this was happening, I was only 30. So I'd just been married, I think, just over 3 years. And life just happened just like that. And within that period, I remember now after 2020 is now, I was now going through the grieving process, because it was, as I said, an extremely traumatizing experience. But then I realized that now things had to change, because now the provider, who was my husband, was no longer there. And now I had to be the provider of my home, because at the end of the day, I still wanted to maintain the at least a similar lifestyle of what my husband had given to us. And I had also, I'll explain to you how I was able to survive for almost 1.5 years without having to go back straight to work. But the one thing I remember is during that period is I called up Joanne. At that time, I didn't even know her, by the way. I just saw her online because I was in a space where I'm so confused. I'm here. I am newly widowed. Um, I'm in a, I don't have an income, and the only thing I have is maybe the skills I came in with, and now I have to take care of these children. So I was, at that time I was on Instagram, and I think that's when I came across Joanne's page. So I was like, okay, now I'm in a space where I want to now move forward in a direction where I need, to make an income and survive and take care of my kids. So I remember I called her, and we had this conversation. I think it was like almost an hour plus, because I explained my situation where I'm telling her I don't even know where to start from. So she just asked me, what are the things that I have in my hand? What I can't be like completely starting from zero. There's something I should have, I already have, you know. And that's where now my journey to now like properly getting into now changing my career, or now getting into business started, because she did give me a lot of very valuable advice that has guided me from 2021 to where I'm now, where now I'm able to actually support my kids, my family, and still be able to move forward. I don't know if I've already reached the level which maybe my husband had, the lifestyle he had given us, but it's, let's just say there's a lot of progress. And there's one aspect that most of us don't put into consideration, especially now, as stay-at-home moms. When we're stay-at-home moms, we are the managers of our homes. We, manage the home, we take care of the kids, but sometimes the one part we don't really put into consideration or we don't really focus on is the money aspect, especially if you come from a space where you're fully provided for. You This is a thing, sometimes you just leave it to your husband, but if there's one thing I would advise any stay-at-home mom, in as much as yes, you are managing your home, it's also as important to be involved in the finances, because even not even just there's the aspect that it's good for the family, because you can also be the financial manager. I used to call myself the CFO of the house, and as much as my husband used to bring in the work, but we used to talk about it, and I did the management as much as we could. But it's important from an individual aspect, because life comes in seasons, and if you are equipped with the knowledge and the skill, especially when it comes to handling money, it means that no matter what stage you're in, you are able to still produce and provide and still be able to take care of the household no matter what. And also, now from a family perspective, you can add a lot of value. And right now, even as we are having this conference today, we're transitioning maybe from stay-at-home mom to, like actually working, or whether it's part-time or full-time, it will be so important still to, learn how to manage your finances, whichever aspect, whether you still want to continue being a stay-at-home mom, or you want to now transition. It's a very important skill. So I'm just going to talk briefly, because I don't have so much time here, on how we were able to manage our finances with my husband, to a place where now I was still able to survive with my kids without really having to change our our lifestyle that much. Yeah. So as I said, when it comes to financial literacy, it's so important also as a personal skill, because at the end of the day, it will still help, whether it is your household, your business, whatever it is that you're going to do, to have the money conversation and work as a team, the family as a team. So when it comes to now managing money and managing wealth, there's different aspect of wealth management. Yeah. There is the wealth protection. Yeah. There is the wealth creation, and there is what we call wealth distribution. So I'll go a bit into each and every aspect of it, because as I said, this will help you right now, and it will also help you when you do transition into working. Yeah. So the part of so when it comes to managing money, and it's very, very important to be able to build a solid financial plan, because whether we like it or not, when it comes to life, money is involved, and we have to learn how to manage our money for ourselves and also our families. So the first place comes in assessing the income and expenses as a family. Yeah. Even if maybe right now you are not bringing in the income, it will still be important to have that conversation with your spouse, and to know what exactly is coming into this household, because most people don't even know what their people earn, but it's a very important aspect. And based on knowing the income and expenses, you can be able to create a spending plan depending on your financial goals. So it will be important to have financial goals, family goals. So it's very critical to have individual goals and also family goals, because remember, yes, in as much as you are in this family, but yes, there's also the aspect of yourself. What are the things that you enjoy? What are the things you like? And also now it's important to look at it now as now the family. Yeah. And let's get into now the different aspect of handling family wealth. And as I said, I'm going to just rush through it. So when it comes to creation means making money, obviously. Yeah. So even when that money comes into the house, there's the making money and managing money are two different things. So whatever money comes in, it's very important to put it somewhere so it will be able to grow and multiply. So when it comes to investing money, there's many different vehicles to invest your money and grow the family money. So there is now, investing in the stock market, bonds, mutual funds. There's so many, but remember, it is so important and critical when the money comes in to be able to put it somewhere so that it can be able to grow. And that is creation in not so many words. And there's now the protection aspect. So the protection aspect is what was able to, help me and my kids for some time, before now I was able to get back to my feet. Because the worst thing is when something like that happens and you are in so much trauma and a lot of grief, to now start thinking of making money immediately. Yeah, because most people, most ladies, when this thing happens, because they're not even aware, first of all, there's the aspect the income has stopped, it just stops. And then maybe there's the aspect where you have to now take care of the kids, so you get straight into survival mode, so you don't even have time to heal. Yeah, you just go straight. You have to now start thinking, okay, how can I, provide an income? So at that point is where you're like, okay, do I have to downgrade my house? Do I have to move my kids from one, like the school that they're used to something different, because I can no longer afford, because the only income source is gone. Yeah. So when it comes to protection, there's different aspects of protection. And it's always important to ask yourself, even, as life happens, life, remember, comes in seasons. Yeah, there's the good times and the times which are not so good. So it's important to be prepared no matter what. Yeah, because unless we live in utopia, a perfect world, seasons will come. There'll be the good times and the times which are not so good. The only difference that can be made, the difference can be made only if there was a plan in place, a proper plan in place. So for us, as I told you, we didn't. I was not, working fully, because the only thing I used to do was almost work just as a hobby. It was not like I really had to bring money in. So what happened, as I'd mentioned, is one thing that really helped was, my husband and I always had the money conversation. We always made sure we had a money date at least once a month to discuss our finances for the home. And it was also very important that I know what he owns and he knows what I own. Because that's also usually another very gray area, because most people, because maybe of lack of trust or any issue, I don't know, there's so many issues that families face, they don't even know what currently their spouses do have. Yeah. So for us, what had happened is, even as we were planning our finances, yes, we did have, we had put money in an emergency fund. So this is an amount of money, comes through in the case, something unforeseen happens. But, an emergency fund can only take you so far. So the thing that helped us was the fact that we had a life cover. So that really came through for the family, because when he passed away, it did come through. And I was able to stay for about 2 years without having to work, because with the money I was able to pay the bills, I was able to pay rent, I was able to take care of the kids without having to, like, change our lifestyle. So at that time, it gave me good enough time to be able to now focus on my healing. Because as I said, if that did not come through, it means that now I would have had to start working immediately, or maybe I'd have had to move to my parents' home. But because of that, it was able to take care of now my kids and I in the time being. And at that time is when you can even have a time and a chance to be able maybe to see a therapist. You can be able now to actually now try to re-strategize for the house on how to move forward. Because in as much as my husband is not here, his legacy still moves on, because we we put our things in order. Yeah. So when it comes to protection, you have to ask yourself, what could go wrong, and have we put a plan in place? So life cover is just one of the things, health cover, the things which most of the time we don't like to talk about, but life does happen. And then the one thing which which also really really helped, as I said, is I knew the things he had and where it is that they were put. Yeah, where exactly were they in a safe? Because again, as I said, when we're looking at it from a family perspective, we need to make sure that no matter what happens, the family can still move forward. Whether it was me or it was him, it didn't matter. That the family can still move forward. So the one aspect which I feel maybe we could have done a bit better, we didn't have a will. So when he passed away, I was also in hospital, and my family, I mean, the doctors never even thought I was going to pull through because of the combination of factors. I was also very sick from COVID. I had just had the news. I'm in confinement. There's nothing much I can do. So they never thought I was going, and I was pregnant. So they never thought I was going to make it. So later on, by the grace of God, yes, I did make it. But later on, I just thought that if anything also happened to me, yeah, nobody even knew what we had. We didn't know, we didn't write it with a lawyer. I knew what he had, he knew what I had, but we didn't put this thing in a document somewhere. Yeah. And also in addition, you know, we didn't put a guardian on who could take care of our kids in the case we were both not there. Nobody ever thinks that, their husband can die at 36. Yeah. But it did happen. And if for me, as I said, if I was also not there, it means that it would have been a long court case on who takes care of our kids. And in addition to that, I also had a life cover. Nobody would have known that I did. If we both were not there, nobody would have known. So when it comes to the aspect of protection, you have to look at the family as a whole and look at it. Okay, have we really put all the tools in place, to make sure that no matter what, whichever season that comes in, this family can still move forward. My children's lives do not have to change. My family's lifestyle does not have to change. Yeah. And also another thing, maybe as a starting point, even if maybe you don't have the will right now, as I said, it's important to have all your documents in order. But you can also, have digital versions. You can scan all your title deeds or whatever it is that you have and put it in a Google folder, and you and your husband have access to these things. Because what that is the one thing also, in as much as I knew maybe my husband's passwords, his pins. When he died, I lost memory. So I could not remember anything. I could not remember his passwords. I could not remember his pins. So most of the things, like just whether it's access to his computer or whatever it is, I could not access, or even the cards. And another thing is, make sure that you are a beneficiary in your husband's document, like any benefits. You have to have a sit down and just find out, are you actually the beneficiary? Because most of the time when people do get married, they still leave their mothers. people people leave their mothers, so unfortunately, for things like life insurance and pension, they don't go through probate. So if he has put his mother, it's his mother who will receive. You cannot even go and contest that thing in court, which is, with things like land you pulled, yeah. But life insurance, pension, you have to ask, have you updated me as your beneficiary? Because sometimes people are like, oh, I don't want to bring up this topic, it's morbid. But this is not just about you, it's also about your kids, yeah. Because the one thing I always ask, especially now when I'm dealing with couples and families, because sometimes when I deal with men, sometimes they feel like maybe you know at least that they do, yes, they do trust their mothers. But I always ask, who's the person who's going to take care of your kids? Can you imagine your wife going to ask your mother for this money, because it's at her discretion whether to give this money or not? Yeah. So if there's a very important aspect, is to make sure that the documentation is in order. So even now, as you're like having like the will conversation or the money conversation, that's when you can bring it up, because sometimes people just forget. Or the worst thing is, maybe you put one child, you have another child, you've not even updated. People do have Many people don't update the beneficiaries. So when it comes to overall protection, it's very important to put these things in order. Yeah. And then when it comes, also, it's a very important aspect is also now, knowing your husband's assets and liabilities. Do you know what loans he has, what assets he has? Yeah. Because the thing is that people don't know that in the case of anything, and there's a loan, the loan or the creditors will come to the estate, so you might end up not having anything at the end of the day. So it's also important to have that in place, and in the case of anything, you can also have a protection plan for that. Yeah. And when it comes to also now, protection, it's important to plan for your retirement, because you do not want to depend on your children at that time. So it's time to now end this black tax and, start a whole new pattern when it comes to now handling our kids. Because now, if you don't plan for your retirement, it means that you will have to be dependent on somebody, because if you're in your 60s, maybe you cannot work as efficiently. So you have to now also have that conversation. You with your husband, okay, what is our retirement plan? Where are we going to retire? Yeah. And will we have enough funds to be able to retire? So when it comes to just overall, as I said, life planning, your finances are very, very important. And when it came now to my transition from a stay-at-home mom to now as I'm working, the amount of money that I received there was, as I said, able to take care of me. And then also I was able to use a bit of it as seed capital to just, kickstart my business. Yeah. So maybe now, as I said, the situation is not as drastic as mine, but wherever it is that you are in now, you have to plan your finances. You cannot just let this thing just bounce. And this is a family conversation. This is a conversation as the couple. Yeah. And also, there's the aspects of, planning for your kids' education, which is also very important. Don't just let this be and you're like, okay, no, my husband is just handling everything. You can also handle this as well. You can have that conversation in as much as maybe, as I said, you also have a say because it is your child as well. So it will be important to have that conversation. So this is to say that now when it comes to now overall wealth management, it's important to look at all aspects. The protection aspect, which is extremely critical, because you have to ask yourself, okay, now I don't have money in the case of anything. Can I still move forward, or what is the plan? Yeah. And there's also the building of the wealth, because when you also have these skill sets and you understand, you can do it for yourself and also help the family. Yeah. And also now distribution is also partly what it is that I've spoken about, the distribution of wealth. How does this wealth pass from one generation to another? Because even in scripture, it's written, a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. So if you finish everything within this generation, what are you leaving for your children? What are you leaving for your grandchildren? So you have to look at wealth management from all angles, and you look at wealth management as a tool to help your family. Yeah. And when it so okay, I think my time is up, but it was really great talking to you ladies. So right now, just start from wherever it is that you are. Yeah. And I also give a lot of information, especially now in my page. You can find me on socials, Risk Africa. I'll leave maybe my card somewhere. But especially now when it comes to having these conversations, if you're also not comfortable having the conversation yourself, I can also guide now both you and your spouse when it comes to these matters, and just make sure that your finances are in order no matter what. Because ladies, no matter what, we have to always make sure there's some sort of continuity. We do not have to start from scratch. So as you're transitioning from stay-at-home mom to working mom, these are important skill sets to have. So thank you so much.
Asante sana. That was very good. Does the horse galloping now sort of make sense? Yeah. When you reach a barrier, you jump. You don't stop. Yeah. And ladies tend to stop and get stuck. Unfortunately, you get stuck with the reality of what is happening around you, and you're a horse. You still need to keep on going. And there are places where you have to slow down. And I like what Mariana said about just not only creating wealth but managing it. Yeah, managing wealth is not hiding money in your mattress and in your house. Okay, and then counting it. Our mothers did that. Me, my grandmother used to count her money every week to make sure it's still there. Yeah, but then it doesn't grow. It doesn't add any value. Okay, and everyone knows shosho mali anakuwaga ameficha pesa. So they were always, people are waiting for the day. When you hear she's dead, everyone is thinking, who's going to go to that room and collect that money? So managing wealth is ensuring that you have something that grows. Yeah. And managing wealth, and I'm going to be careful to say this as a man, managing wealth is not also giving your husband or spouse all the money. Sawa. Yeah. I know we like being given money and saying we're in control. So please make sure that you learn, and as you transition back, then you also first take care of yourself. So in the interest of time, I'm trying to win back time as much as possible. I'll have us break very, very quickly for the tea. Yeah. But we are just going to shift and do it a bit different. Go serve your tea and then just come back. Okay. When you come back, we'll go into the next session very, very quickly. And then there are a few things that we will do just before that next session. Sawa. Emily, we are good? Sawa. Perfect. Please let's do this as quickly as possible. I like doing tables. So because I had started on this side, allow me now to start on that side. So the three tables, let's go like that, like that, like that. And we just follow each other as we get served. So we can start. Please, let's go. And thank you, Emily. I'd forgotten that part. So as you serve tea, please come back. But if you're quick with your tea, there are some cocktail tables outside here. You can stand here and just socialize quickly. I'm giving us 15 minutes for that tea break. Sawa. All right, then see you shortly, guys. I've just started and I'm done with section 1. So if you're still in section 1, you have a problem. Yeah? Are we done? I'm hoping guys are in section 3 and 4 now. I'm sorry I'm giving guys pressure. I'm done with section 3 and I just started. Eh? So if you're not on section 4, finishing. I love those students. I love those people who are done. They've done their math. Now they're just enjoying their meal. They're looking at people sweating and wondering what's wrong. Yeah? Miss Rashia, you're done? Nice. Yeah? If you're finished, encourage your desk mates to finish quickly. Yeah? And me, I'm done. And if you're like not done, and I was slow, like I was slow in school, kama nimemaliza mbele yako, yeah? I'm those students who teachers wanted at the front. And now I'm seeing the people that will move to this front part. Yeah? Are we good? Yeah, looks like most of us have scored ourselves. Yeah? Ah, yeah, good. And then if your friend has finished, yeah, if your friend was those students, they can help you add up. You can be adding section 1 as they add section 4 for you like that. And I want your addition as you tally up for it to be very, very, be careful about that. Sawa? Yeah. Kindly. Yeah. If in any section you have 140 and above, there's something that you did wrong. Sawa? Ask for another paper. I'm kidding, but yeah. There are people who are at 120. Yeah. You can ask for another paper by the way, but anyway, I'm joking. You're fine. There's nothing wrong. John will tell you if there's something wrong shortly. Yeah? All right then. I think I'll ask that you reduce the music because I want us to get into this. Are we okay? Are we like just tallying up? Have I left anyone behind? Anyone who's still trying to fill the paper? What you're doing now is just adding up, Sindio? And if you're not adding up, you're almost done with section 4. Anyone in section 3? Anyone? Sawa. At least we are all on section 4. We're just doing the tally, Sindio? Aya, perfect. As we do the tally, allow me and kindly join me in having Joanne join us in helping us go through this first session of the personality tests. Karibu Joanne. Puo.
Thank you so much, Eric. So we've all tallied. Cindy, even you've not tallied, Eric. So as we are tallying, I want you to write on top of section 1, write sanguine. So section 1, on top of section 1, write sanguine. Section 2, choleric. Section 3, melancholy. And then section 4, phlegmatic. Section 1, sanguine. Section 2, choleric. Section 3, melancholy. Section 4, phlegmatic. So I want you to look at your tally. Oi. Nimeenda haraka. Haya. Okay, tumepotea wapi? Section 1, choleric. Are we together? Sorry. Section, sasa ona cholerics. Section 1, sanguine. Section 2, choleric. Section 3, melancholy. And then section 4, phlegmatic. We are together until there. So I want you to look at your tally. All of us have tallied. so there's a score hapo chini, si ndio? So like 115, 90, 60, 45 or something like that. So I want you to look at the two highest scores. The two highest scores. So like now, Florence, your two highest scores are kwanza kuna zenye zimetali, but definitely the highest score is Mel 76, and then followed by Sanguine and Choleric. Ebu just go through, because I want the two highest. Ona kama kuna yenye hojeka the right number. So I want the two of your highest scores. Joy, is it still phlegmatic? Phlegmatic and male. So I want you to get your two highest scores. So like now for me, my highest score is usually choleric. And then the second highest score is male. It usually plays between male and sanguine. So I'm a choleric melancholy. So I want you to tell me the two personalities that are the highest. So if one, it will be choleric, and then if number two is sanguine, you're a choleric sanguine. Is it clear? If sanguine is number one, male is number two, you'll be a sanguine male. So I want you to write on top of your paper what your personality is. Is it choleric sanguine, choleric melancholy, sanguine phlegmatic, sanguine melancholy, like that? Are we done? Are we done? At the back? Eric, what's your personality? All right. So 1 more minute. Marianne, is Marianne still here? What's your personality? No wonder we get along. Okay, so so I want to read out to you what your personality is. And the reason behind this exercise is there's a lot you can draw from your personality in terms of work. So and when I talk about work, I'm talking about even being self-employed and going to a 9 to 5 work or going to a remote work. There's a lot about yourself that you can derive from your personality. And some of us we've probably done this exercise, but not in so much detail. So number one, it's going to tell you something about yourself that you probably have not thought about before. And number two, highlight your strong, the things about you that are strong. So your strengths and also your weaknesses. And if you're able to see what are some of your weaknesses, then you're able to see what are some of your areas of development. So this this test is just supposed to help you in terms of self-awareness, because one of the things that is going to really help you moving forward as you're trying to get back to work is your emotional quotient, your emotional intelligence. Some of us are, we have very high IQs, but then we struggle with the EQs. So we want to ensure that, both of them are relatively at the same place. So that's the reason behind this exercise. Okay, so let me start with sanguine choleric. How many of us have, after that exercise, you're a sun call? Julie, are you a sun call? Sun? Sun male. All right. Sun choleric? Okay, so the two of us. So the strongest extrovert of all the blends of temperaments will be the sun call. For the two temperaments that make up this nature are both extroverted. So there's some extrovertedness in the sanguine and also the choleric. The happy charisma of the sanguine makes him, okay, so they've used the pronoun him, so don't worry. Him or her are people-oriented, enthusiastic salesman type, but the choleric side of his nature will provide him with the necessary resolution and character traits that will fashion a somewhat more organized, productive individual. Then the potential weaknesses of a sanguine choleric are usually apparent to everyone because he's such an external person. I don't know if you've experienced that. So guys can easily pick up what your weaknesses are. Highly opinionated, expresses themselves loudly even before they know all the facts. To be honest, no one has more mouth trouble. If he's the life of the party, he is lovable, but if he feels threatened, insecure, he can become obnoxious. And then, like any other temperament, needs to be filled daily with the Holy Spirit and the Word of God. Yes, so that is the sanguine choleric. I don't know if it sounds familiar for the guys who've said you're a sun call. Higher. Then sanguine melancholy. Julie. Who else? Who else is a sun call? All right. Sorry, sun male, sorry. Highly emotional people who fluctuate drastically. They can laugh 1 minute and burst into tears the next. Is it true? Okay. Almost impossible for them to hear a sad tale, observe a tragic plight of another person, or listen to melancholic music without weeping. They genuinely feel the grief of others. So those are the, like the positives. One of the crucial weakness of this temperament blend one of the crucial weaknesses of this temperament blend prevails in sun male's thought life. Both sanguines and melancholies are dreamers. Thus, if the melancholy part of their nature suggests a negative train of thought, it can nullify the sun male's potential. It is easy for them to get down on themselves. Being admired by others is so important that it might drive them to be in a consistent level of performance. So King David is a classic illustration of the sun male temperament, an extremely likable man who attracted both men and women. He was colorful, dramatic, emotional, weak-willed. He could play a harp and sing. He clearly demonstrated a poetic instinct. All sun males, of course, are not able to pick up the pieces of their lives and start off their lives. Are not able to pick up the pieces of their lives. And that's why, it's far better for them to walk in the spirit daily and avoid such mistakes. So those are the positives and the negatives of the sun male. Sun phleg, sanguine phlegmatic. Joyo? No. Sun male? No, phlegmel. Choleric phlegmatic. No. Melancholy sanguine. So usually a very gifted person, fully capable of being a musician. Are you a musician? No. So Melsan shows an interesting combination of mood swings, an emotional, an emotional person. So many of the from the Bible, many of the prophets were male sanguines: John the Baptist, Elijah, Jeremiah. So they had a tremendous capacity to communicate with God. Were self-sacrificing people, helpers who had enough charisma to attract a following, intended to be legalistic in their teaching, and called to repentance, exhibited a flair for the dramatic, and willingly died for their principles. I don't know if that sounds familiar. Melcol, I know I'm a choleric. Okay, no, melancholic, choleric. Quite a number. So the mood swings of the melancholy are usually stabilized by the melcol, self-will, and determination. There's almost nothing vocational which this person cannot do and do well. Both are perfect driver, possesses strong leadership capabilities. The natural weakness of the male calls reveal themselves in the mind, emotions, and mouth. They're excellent people to please. Once they start thinking negatively about something, I know that is true for myself, or someone, they can be intolerable to live with. Their mood follows their thought process. Although they do not retain a depressed mood as long as the other blends of the melancholy, they can lapse into it more quickly. Unless he's filled with God's spirit or can maintain a positive frame of mind, not enjoyable company for long periods of time. No one is more painfully aware. Eric, are we together? we need to ask Mrs. No one is more painfully aware, of this than his wife and children. Not only emotes disapproval, but feels compelled to castigate them verbally for their failures to, for people, to correct their mistakes. This person desperately needs the love of God in his heart. Yeah. So if you're a Kolmel tuko wengi, we need Jesus probably more than any other personality blend. Phlegmel. I've seen quite a number here. Someone here, someone there. So the phlegmel is the most gracious, gentle, and quiet. Hey, 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 eh? Where? So rarely angry or hostile, and almost never says anything for which they must apologize. Like they're always politically correct. I know that's true for Joy. Never embarrasses themselves or others, always does the proper thing, dresses simply, dependable, and exact. Tends to have the spiritual gifts of mercy and help, neat, organized. They may neglect the discipline necessary to help people. Yes. However, sorry. So, just a minute. Like any phlegmatic, handy around the house. Their energy permits them to keep the home, good. However, yeah, so they may neglect the discipline necessary to help prepare their children for a productive self disciplined life. The other weakness is around fear, selfishness, negativism, criticism, and lack of self image. Once the phlegmel realizes their fears and negative feelings about themselves. It can keep them from succeeding. Mm, most phlegmals are afraid of overextending themselves or getting over involved, that they automatically refuse any kind of affiliation. So Barnabas, the godly saint of the first century church who accompanied the Apostle Paul, I don't know if you guys remember Barnabas, on his first missionary journey, was in all, I mean, he was a phlegmal. He was a man who gave half his goods to the early church to feed the poor, um, who, and he contended with Paul over providing J Mark another chance to serve God, etc., etc. So I don't know if that explanation has just given you a tidbit of um, who you are and what your personality is. So I can tell you, like, the choleric personality, because it's my personality, and I can just say the, the very things that make me do what I'm able to do are the very things that become my undoing. So, like, I'm very driven, very ambitious, very I make decisions quickly, but the very things that make me who I am are also the very things that can bring me down. Does that make sense? Like, the very things that make, like, now, for example, the very things that make a phlegmatic or a sanguine who they are the very things that can bring them down. So, like, now, the sanguine is the life of the party. You can never get bored, around them. They don't keep grudges, but then they tend to be disorganized also. So it's very important that you know who you are and you know what your personality is, because it's going to go a long way in you succeeding in your career. And I remember when we did this exercise, and maybe you're feeling like that right now. It can be very it can be painful to hear some of the truths about your personality. And sometimes I think it's important to just, like, sit with it, because it's going to help you know what are your areas of development. Like, for me, I remember, mm, the first time someone told me, Joanne, like, you lack in empathy. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm born again. Like, I'm empathetic, but I know I struggle. And it's funny because I'm very compassionate, but empathy is not going to come naturally to me. Because then, okay, so let me give you a very practical example. If I meet someone in the supermarket and you come and say, oh my God, John the career coach, hi, the first thing that goes to my mind is, are you the person who tried to clone me? Or, like, are you the one who trolled me? So, like, before I'm empathetic, I, so many things go through, I'm suspicious actually. So like, so many things will go through my mind. And So you want to sit, like, reality, and you want to look at all the things that make you you, like, the things that make you you, the things that are positive, but also sit with the negative. Because then, if we are transitioning back to the workplace after a long time being at home, and all you know is your baby, your child, or your husband, and of course they are supposed to, like, like, love on you. When you go back to the workplace, you can meet people who are vicious. You can meet people who are not, like, very good people. They can bring out a side of you that you didn't know was there, because it's like for a very long period of time, you're in a bubble. So when you get back to the workplace, I know of so many people who've gotten back, and then after a few months, they're like, I know, not cut out for it. Like, I'm no, let me just go back home. But then it's because, like, you had not thought through some of the things that you're going to encounter when you go back to the workplace. So it's actually a very important exercise. What I've given you is just a snippet. You can go, to Google, check your temperament. It can be because of this setting. Maybe you did not write the accurate number, and you probably need to retake the test again. But it's something that I would highly, highly, highly recommend. It's easy when you come and tell me, um, John, you can be you can be a bit bossy, or like sometimes, your what's the other thing that was difficult for me to I can be difficult. Um, People who work with me with M's would tell you I can work, like I can drive you. Yeah, like slave driver. Why no? Maybe not slave driver, but like I want my work done in a particular way. So like working with me can feel like having a toothpick. Something like, yes, actually that's the word. So if I not, if I was not aware of this, and you came and told me, I'd feel defensive. Or like if I come with you with something negative, if no one has ever told you, the first thing would be to be defensive. But if it's, you've done a test, and it's told you you're like this, like this, like this, then when someone comes to tell you, you'll take it more graciously. So please, let's make sure we have taken that test and know what your personality is, know what the strengths of the personality is, what the negatives are. It's the first thing that I would want you to walk out of this place with. We have 2 more exercises. The next one is on purpose discovery. But before that, Eric.
Thank you. Let's appreciate her. Yeah, that is interesting. Every time I do this exercise, and I'm sure many of us have done it before, it sort of makes you see a part of you that you'd forgotten. Yeah, and you go like, oh, maybe I've improved on this area, maybe I haven't improved on this area. So for me, I'm a male call. Yeah, so I'm those people that Joanne is saying can be very difficult, especially to our spouses. But I've become better. I'm extremely better, like extremely better. I'm not difficult. I don't make people feel pathetic around me. But then, you keep on working at those skills and those things that are unique about you. It's people will say, Eric, why are you emceeing and you're not a sanguine? And I enjoy being around people. Yet, my strong personalities are male and choleric. People who just want to be arrogant and unpleasant to everyone and moody, but I'm not. So you keep on improving. Don't allow that score to completely define. It's supposed to guide and help you through, your life path and your life journey. So I'm going to ask us to stand. Are we good? Was this a depressing exercise? You all look depressed. Oh, other than this, people here are smiling. When you're in front here, you want to see smiles. You want to see people smiling, people being happy. So I'll ask us to stand. And as we stand, I want you to look at the person who's right next to you, on your right especially. Sawa? Because the person on your right, you want to be sure that person is not a choleric. So please stand. Please stand. Please stand. Yeah, create space. Let there be space. Make sure that the seat is not interfering with movement. So it will be best if the seat is in front of you. So push the seat to the table. Yeah. Like there are people I'm looking at and I know I do not want that person on my right because of this next activity. So you remember the horse? Yeah? So galloping. Let's go. Horse is galloping. Now we're going to do something different, yeah? So you gallop, and then when I say 1, you put your number 1 finger. It's not number 1, but your index like this. Yeah, mommy finger. Thank you. Yeah, I'm always constantly being told this mommy finger. So mommy finger for your right hand, sir, on your shoulder like this, like right next to your shoulder like this. Yeah? Are we remembering this game? So 1. And then when I say 2, you take your left, you place it on top of the person next to you. So come, I use you as an example. So 1, and then 2. All right? And then when I say 3, she's supposed to grab it. So now you understand what I meant by saying you don't want a choleric on your right. Because the Yeah? And I don't want you breaking your nails. I don't want you breaking your finger. Eh? So make sure that the person on your right is a phlegmatic. Yeah, or has some phlegmatic characteristics. I like that. We can actually, if you're able, you can create like a line here together with that table like that, like that. I like that those ones have moved to the wall to create space. So maybe try to do that in some unique way for your team. This, you guys can all like create your own circle over here. These two tables, maybe, yeah, like that. All right? We are sure, Sindo? Are we sure? Are you sure? Okay. The girls who are saying yes so strongly, those are the cholerics. Those are the ones that are going to break fingers and nails. All right. So galloping, galloping, galloping. 1. Galloping, galloping. 1, 2. Galloping. All right. Are we sure? Are we clear on the instructions? No. I need. Come, we do this together. Please watch me, Sarah. And remember your name? Jane. So me and Jane are going to show you what I want you to do. So you are galloping. So we are galloping. And then when I say 1, your right hand, index, your right mummy finger goes up. Yeah? Then when I say 2, Jane, her palm, left palm, goes over my index, my mummy finger. All right? And then when I say 3, the idea is for me to make sure she doesn't grab me. Sarah. So, okay, I want you to see this. So, galloping, galloping. 1, galloping, galloping. 1, 2, 3. Sarah. So you need to be very fast. Are we together? Do we know what we are doing? Are we ready? Last chance. Do you want to change your position? Yeah. Let's go, Jim. Then you can go back to your team. All right, let's gallop. Galloping. The horse. Number 1. Number 2. Number 2. Galloping. Number 1. Number 2. Number 2. Galloping. Number 1. Number 2. Number 1. Galloping. Let's gallop. 1, 2, 3. I only broken nails. I hope not. Yeah? Yeah. Now I told people to change. I consider there are some people who are shifting where they are. All right, let's do it now again the last time, okay? Let's gallop. Let's gallop. Number 1, 2, galloping again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Let's go back to our seats. Yeah. If anyone has injured a nail, a finger, I'm very, very sorry. As I'd like for us, as we go to this next part of this session, if anyone wants to grab anything quickly, I'd like to give you a minute if you want to grab something, or if you feel like you want to stretch your legs, but you just stretch your legs. So I'm going to have Joanne come back again, take us through the next part of this session. And as Joanne is doing this, as we're going through this together, and the people that we know, the people that we are seated next to, the people we've just met, one of the outcomes for this event is, of course, that you learn and you come out, but you also get to network. You also get to connect with someone new. Yeah, so you just don't learn from here at the front, but you learn from each other, and you're able to share. But then you're also inspired, to step out and be bold and be confident in some of the things you're going to do. And let me just say this to represent, and I'm not a representative of the men, so take whatever I say with a bowl of salt, not a pinch, a bowl of salt. I have found from my own personal experience that usually men have a challenge with either the wife going back to work or the wife doing, remote work, or the wife trying a business. And I know that you hear this all the time because maybe you are always corporate and you're quiet. Then there's always the challenge of, do you think you can run the business? And how much will this business cost us? And all these different things. And it's scary because you're not only thinking about your own personal ambitions and aspirations, you're also thinking, how will this affect my children? Yeah. And I know for moms, the children are a big factor. And then how will it affect this relationship with my spouse? Will this person check out one day high and dry and confused about what to do and how to move forward? This is where you create that community. Yeah. So, the reason why I'm here, one of the reasons why I'm here and very happy and proud of this is that it's an opportunity and a space that gives women a community to begin to dream and attempt. Yeah. So then you're able to encourage each other and push each other. Yeah. So I'm saying that to say this, that if you have not shared your contact at the desk, please make sure that you do later, because we'd like to be able to help you guys create your own community and begin to learn and grow and become better at what your dream is. Okay. So having said that, allow me to invite Ms. Joanto again back to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So in a few minutes, Emily is going to give you a check. It depends if you're sitting around or living. But so Emily is going to give you a check. And once you get this check, obviously it's not a check that you can bank, but what I want you to do, and it's the reason why all of us are here. I want you to imagine, or if, because some of us are, stay-at-home moms, and we are transitioning back to the workplace. Some of us have, we have some interviews scheduled. Some of us, we don't have any, interviews scheduled. We're just in the process. But I want you to imagine what your worth is, or a question which I like asking when, people when they come for coaching sessions. If I asked you what your salary expectation is, what is it? Do you think it's zero because for the past 3 years you've not been working? Do you think it's 50,000 because the last place you worked you are paid 50,000? Do you think it's 100,000 because you believe from the time you left your previous place of work until now there are a lot of skills that you've accomplished, like a lot of skills that you've gained? But today is 6th of May 2023. What do you believe your worth is? And that number, what is it based on? And this is because the number one challenge that many women face and experience when they're going back to work is you don't know what your worth is, because probably someone told you that because you've been at home your worth has gone down, or because you've not been working you cannot ask for X amount. So when you come, because then I know we've done some of your CVs. You have the CV, you make a job application, you're called for an interview. They ask you, what is your salary expectation? What are you going to say? So I want us to talk about that a little bit. So that then we can start thinking and imagining ourselves back to work. So it's maybe a full-time job, it's probably a part-time job, whatever kind of work you're going to transition into. I know there's this notion that because a woman is staying at home, there's nothing you're doing. In fact, I think it's not even other people who tell us there's nothing that you're doing. We tell ourselves. So that then you still, there's something that has not clicked in your mind, that what you've been doing for the past 2 years, 3 years, 10 years has been work. So there's literally no difference between a woman who's been staying at home raising their kids and a woman who's been in corporate, in a multinational working. We are all the same. So like maybe the first woman has been the first job was an intern, then they got a job at the bank, and then they got a job in this multinational, and now they're earning 500,000. And maybe for you the story is different. You probably got your first job probably as an intern, got your first job in the bank, got your firstborn, and then decided you want to stay at home and raise the kids. And maybe you've been raising your kids like for let's just say 5 years. The value that you have brought to your home can be put in numbers. In numbers, in terms of if you're not at home, it could be your child could have gotten sick or could have choked, or you could have hired someone in the home and they probably did like stolen something, so that you spent X number of years at home does not mean you're like you're doing nothing. So that's the first thing that I want us to understand, that your worth and your value as a woman does not depreciate just because you stayed at home to raise your kids. So like, for example, if I was to construct houses, and then, so I have these houses in Kasarani, and then I'm charging 20,000 rent for this house. And then for one reason or the other, I don't have any tenants. But what I want to charge per unit is, let's say, 20,000. If I don't get any tenants in the house and someone comes and tells me, see, you don't have tenants, I give you 5K, should I accept? No. Let them stay like that. It's better for that house to stay empty until I get a tenant who can pay 20,000. Because if someone enters that house, see, they're going to use the water. See, this wear and tear. So you're going to make my property depreciate. So what happens if you transition back, to work, or you even start your own business? Because I don't want us to, I don't want this talk to be limited to just 9 to 5 or part-time employment. Some of us, it could be you want to start your own business. But if you don't understand what your value is, we are going to have a problem, because you are always going to ask for less money than you deserve. And so the first thing that I would want us to understand is who you are and what is your worth. And a question that I like asking is, what is in your bag? What is in your bag? And this imaginary bag, it has your strengths, it has your skills, and it has your passions. So I want us to define that. What is in our, what is in our bags? What is in your bag? So we've been given some 3 plain pieces of paper. I think Ems gave us 3 plain pieces of paper. And so Ems, maybe you can distribute the checks. So that check is from Joanne to you, but just when you get the check, just keep it fast. But I want you to take out the white pieces of paper, the plain pieces of paper. So the first thing I want you to think about is your talent. And I want you to think back to as far back as when you're in high school. As far back as when you're in high school. what clubs were you in? What kind of what kind of clubs activities did you do in high school? Were you a prefect? When you're in high school, what was if I met the you in high school, what would you have told me you wanted to do and be? So on the first piece of paper under talent, so you can just write talent as the heading and maybe underline. But I want you to write, like in high school, what activities did you enjoy? Did you used to sing? Did you like sports? Were you a prefect? In high school, what would you say was the one thing that you'd have done better than anyone else with the least amount of effort? In high school. Please remember, please remember, please remember. So like for me, I know I used to teach Sunday school. I loved it because it was an opportunity to meet boys, but also, but like we'd leave the school and, I loved the kids. I love those kids, like, teaching them about, like about God and verses, and we used to sing. It was just amazing. I loved it. I tried swimming, but I always used to become last, but I loved swimming anyway. I loved writing in high school, and it's what I've built my career on, writing. So I want you to remember, please remember what you loved. Remember what you loved back in the day. Remember that talent. Remember it even if your dad, your mom, a friend, a sister, a brother told you, no, what is that? Remember, I want you to remember. Some of us hid our talents because someone told you, you can't do this thing. You're not built for it. So immediately those words went out, you hid your talent. And to date, you're still searching for something that is hidden inside of you. But the reason why it's hidden is because someone said a word and you forgot about it. It's still your talent. So please remember. So let's move away from high school. So right now, today, 6th of May, 2023, what's the one thing that you can say you can do better than anyone else with the least amount of effort? And I'm assuming from high school until now, you went to school. You did a degree, right? Some of us did the degrees we love, others, we didn't do the degrees that we love, and that's okay. But when you think about the degree that you did, the certifications that you did, the experiences that you've had, especially as a mom, hey, because let me tell you, wait. I don't know who has like a 2-year-old, because they can test your patience and everything that, hey, sometimes I even ask myself if I'm a Christian. So when you think about you in totality, your experiences and your education and everything you've gained from when you're in high school until today, what's the one thing that you can do better than anyone else with the least amount of effort? We are still at talent. The things that come naturally to you. It can be cooking, it can be singing, it can be even hanging out with people. The people are not writing. Lady in green, Mary. Okay. If you want motivation for talent, just look at that check and what you want written on it. It can motivate you to think deeply about the talent. Aha. Let's move to number 2. So now we finished talent. Number 2 is passion. So we like calling it, what is the fire in your belly? What kind of work gives you high emotion and high devotion? And it can be something that has always been there since those days when you're in high school, or like even way before high school, or it can be work that you found out recently. But it's something, if you do this thing, like you can do it for hours and hours and hours. If you sit down to research, you can, I mean, like, time is no object. You can go on and on and on. You can read about it. You can do it. Gives you high emotion and high devotion. It's the fire in your belly. What is it? You get excitement doing it. Even if no one paid you to do it, you'd still do it. So think about your passion, the fire in your belly. Some of us just have one bullet point. Please look at that check. If you need motivation to think, look at that check. The other thing, don't be scared of writing, because I'm not going to come to where you are, and it doesn't have to make sense. So the talent can be different from the passion. Just write it. What I'm trying to say is there's no right or wrong answer, and this exercise is going to be effective if you just let your mind go, because there's no right or wrong answer. The only motivation is that check and the number that you want on written on that check. So let your mind go and think. So you have your talent and you have your passion. So point number 3 is your mission. Mission. Your mission. And before we do our mission, how many of us are afraid of dying? It's a thought that almost paralyzes you when you think about it. So maybe I can just give one person, I don't know if there's another mic. And I want someone to tell me, what is it about dying that that scares you? Because I know there are people who don't even like thinking about it at all. Like it's somewhere hidden. Mic test. Volunteer.
Hi, ladies. I'm Kaleche. I think my biggest fear is I cannot imagine someone else raising my children, and I wonder what their future would be like if I'm not there.
Hi, ladies. My name is Beatrice. For me, my biggest fear is I die without realizing my full potential. I believe that I can do so much, reach so many and transform so many things, or transform so many experiences to positive experiences. And that one just paralyzes me. Like, I'm going to die and then have nothing to show that I was here, I am remembered, other than my family.
All right. So I personally strongly believe the reason many people are afraid of dying is because they've not realized what their full potential is. And I know for me, one of life's greatest tragedies is leaving the earth without fully maximizing potential. For me, it's worse than it's. I can't imagine anything worse than that. Like just living, and all of us have been born with something. There's something in your belly. There's something that God created you to do. So if you leave the earth without fully maximizing that potential, what a waste! What a waste! And I think it's Paul, Paul in the Bible, who said, like, at the point when he was about to die, and he was saying that he's being poured out um as a drink offering. And at that point, he'd finished everything that he was born to do. And now, I mean, he was even just ready. He was just waiting for death. And I was just, like, reading that verse makes me think, like, how amazing is that? Like, you finished everything you were supposed to do. And even as someone else who I'm sure we all know is Miles Monroe. By the time he was dying, I mean, like, he had accomplished so much, probably even more than he was even supposed to. And what a joy. Um so the reason why we want to think about like what our talents are, what our passions are, what our mission is because it's going to help us and know and pinpoint what that purpose is. The thing is, God does not give you your purpose on a platter. So it's not going to come like, you're born and then, wow, here's your purpose, pursue it. So that then there are many people who come for sessions with me. You've like someone has worked for 25 years, and then at the 25th year you realize this is not what I wanted to do. Or even after 15 years, this is not what I wanted to do. And then now we have to go back to square one. So mission, which is the third thing that I want you to think about, and it's going to help you pinpoint what that purpose is. What problems in the world would you like to solve? Because here's the thing. I know at some point as a stay-at-home mom, it reaches a point you feel like you want to go back to work. And I don't know how many of us have reached that point, and maybe it could be the reason why you're here. And it's okay. It's okay to go back to work for money reason. It's okay to go back to work to chase purpose. It's okay to go back to work because you want to go back to work. So whatever your reason is to go back to work, I'm here to tell you it's okay, whatever that reason is. What we are trying to do is make sure the kind of work that you take is going to be in line with your strengths, skills, and purpose, and you're going to be paid what you're worth, because you're not worthless. We've established that. So I want you to think about your mission. I want you to think about work that would be meaningful to you. To you as Elaine, to you as Jacinta, to you as Julie, to you as Nancy. What work do you find meaningful? So for me as Joanne, it's very important for me to match people with their right jobs. It's very important for me. The kind of work that gives me meaning is seeing someone who did not have a job now having a job and being paid what they're worth. That gives me a lot of satisfaction that money cannot give. So I want us to pursue purpose. And the reason is, number one, money is always going to follow purpose. That's a given. It's biblical. And then number two, it's because even it doesn't matter which religion you're in, or you believe in God or not. But if you get to work, if like we do your CV and you send out your application and you get this job and it's paying you well, but there's no meaning, you'll still end up in my office. because there's no amount of money can replace purpose. So that's why we need to establish what kind of work gives you meaning. Please let us think. What kind of work? When you look at your world, look at look around you and the world that you live in. What kind of work would give you meaning? What kind of problems would you like to solve? I imagine a world where everyone was working and pursuing purpose. That's my perfect world. What would be your perfect world? Is it seeing children fed? Is it seeing all kids in schools getting an education? Is it not seeing traffic? Is it ensuring families have clean water? And those are just things like I'm just saying from the top of my mind. But what kind of work would give you meaning? So we have talent, we have passion, and we have mission. There's a job that is going to be at the intersection. What is it, Joy, for you? Madam Marianne, what is at the intersection? I would agree 100%. Julie? Still thinking. That's so beautiful, don't you think? Like a museum of experiences and things that can be passed on from generation to generation. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Someone else? What is at your intersection?
I think it's how would it be different? It would be different in the sense that, can I give a bit of context? Okay. So as as a mom, I realized giving medicine to my 2-year-old was like tackling a crocodile, where you you almost have to pin someone down to insert a suppository or to give something orally because they have to spit it out. And I strongly feel it has to do with what the manufacturers include
to help me as a parent give this drug. Because if they're um, if they're not amenable to the spoon or the little cup, then maybe a syringe could work. So make that syringe available for me, so that then this child takes their medicine and they get better and we have better health outcomes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Amazing. Someone else? As here we also get representatives. Tumenyamaza.
Hi, my name is Carol. So for me, it's in line with the theme today about stay-at-home moms. I've been at home for 5 months, but I find myself each and every time, probably when I was working, I'll call back home and ask the nanny, has the child fed? Have they played out? Have they gotten vitamin D? You know that you keep on checking. I know it's my responsibility, yes, but we end up thinking that we don't wholly delegate or we don't delegate well to our house managers. Let me call house managers. Then there's a notion of house managers are maybe somebody from up country, they're not learned, but these are still human beings. Can we bring humanity to the human managers? So my thought process has been, if we women are empowered, we mothers are empowered, we are at work, we are doing our own businesses, and our house managers are also empowered. So the notion of coming up with an institution to give value to our house girl in the sense that they are well trained, they're able to, now like what you said, give medicine, they're literate enough, they know the basic housekeeping, they know basic first aid, and they're given certification so that by the time they're leaving that institution where they are trained and they're impacted with these skills, you're able to give them a good referral to go somewhere else. Not that somebody will a house girl will have an accident, maybe they fear, they don't say, or they punish the child, or maybe you're following up as a mom, like, has the child eaten? They say yes, and the child has not eaten, just to satisfy you in the mind. We give them some dignity, some training, even though the house girl is not yet a mother, but they have that basic understanding that the work they do is valuable, and it gives the father or the parents peace at work. So that if at all they're leaving my house, they're going somewhere else, they can get the certificate of good conduct, they've got um, skills, they have a basic foundation, not really basic, I can say, maybe it can be that intermediate, but also there's advanced. There are layers of education, so they can come back to an institution and upgrade. Just the way you can go and do your diploma, you can go and do your bachelor's and masters and all that. We give them a level of education in terms of house management.
Okay, so that would be a business. All right. I want a representative here, especially Ile Meza. We have forgotten about you. Okay.
Hi,
Okay. Mhm.
my name is Asu, and I'm Asu. I'm a mother to a 2-year-old. And I envision a world where young people are able to feel inspired to change their mindset from going to work and being empowered to set up their own businesses. Because I've worked with a lot of students, and you find that they're always like, when I clear campus, I just want to go to work. It's like set in their minds that from work, employment, get married, blah, blah, blah. And as the world as it is right now, it's not an assurance that you'll get that job after you leave campus. So I look forward to an environment where they'll be able to have a shift in their mindset that it's not a straight path, and you should always have something in mind and create other opportunities for other people. So yeah, inspiring young people to think wider.
All right. Thank you. One more person. The intersection.
Hi, I'm Grace. Okay. Personally, I've analyzed and I've seen that most women are going through abuse, and most of them they are not receiving support from their spouses and parents. So for me, I came up with an idea. I was thinking, when an opportunity comes, or maybe doors open, for me, I decided, and I came up with a plan where I'll have like uh, an organization where I'll look for these vulnerable women who are undergoing through abuse, who have no support, and who have lost themselves. Um, we come and we give them finances, like come with an idea of a business. What can you do? Then we give them some form of money. Then you start your business, but you'll have our own database where we have recorded the amount of money we have given you. With time, you refund with small interest, because some of these people don't have even accounts, don't have accounts in the circles where they can get loans. So we start something that is not going to expose them to other people, because some of them want to hide what they are really doing in order to emancipate themselves from this abuse. So that has been my plan and my desire.
Is it at the intersection of your talent, your passion, and your mission? All right. So I hope we have all, even if you cannot pinpoint exactly what it is, even if you cannot pinpoint exactly what that intersection looks like, where your talent, your passion, and your mission intersect, but I hope you have enough to continue the thought process when you go home. Because as I said, at some point, knowing what that is going to inform a lot of decisions. It's going to inform, do I go back to 9 to 5? Do I take a part-time job? Do I start a business? Do I, seek the services of a career coach? But it's an exercise that you must do. And so if you've not pinpointed exactly what it is, it's something that you can continue, doing once you get home. And the reason is because, as I said earlier, I have worked with, and people have come to me, and it's 15 years, 25 years down the line, and at the 25th year is when someone realizes this is not what I want to do, and we have to work backwards, and a lot of time has passed. So the earlier and the sooner you can find out what that intersection is, the better. Now, I know, the reason why we are all here is because we are either stay-at-home moms, we have been stay-at-home moms, we are probably in transitions. I don't know which part you're at. And I really like the story of Marianne. I hope we have been inspired by it. Marianne is a very good friend of mine. And some of us, because of life transitions, so it could be you are in a transition because you have lost a spouse, or you are going through separation or divorce, or disease. It can be like death of a family member, like depending on the reason why you find yourself in transition. And now you are having to go back to work for one reason or the other. My hope and prayer is that I'm able to give you enough skills to get back, so that you can be able to stand on your 2 feet. And I know some of us took the package whereby you got a CV, you got a LinkedIn profile, you got a cover letter. And so I know some of us, there's someone who's sharing to us that she's been able to land an interview. But I'm confident that once you start applying for opportunities, you'll probably be called for an interview. But then if you go for this interview and your mind is not changed, then we'll have a problem. And that's why now we are doing these exercises that we are doing right now. So we all have a check, right? you've been given a check. If you forget all these papers that you're writing on today, please remember to carry that check, because I want you to pin it somewhere that you'll be able to see every day. But I want you to write today's date. And I want you to imagine an amount that you want to get paid. Per month, like it's the amount that you want to see. You know, the problem normally is some of us are not able to envision or imagine that you can, first of all, you can even drive a car, you can drive a certain car, you can buy a house, you can buy a house in a particular place, your children can go to a particular school, you can be paid a certain amount of money. There are some of us, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine that you can receive a check of 200,000. You cannot imagine. So if you cannot imagine, when you go for an interview, are you going to ask for 200,000? Because the only amount that can come out is 5K. I want you to imagine, and I want you to write that check. Imagine that amount. And me, I prayed for those checks. And I told God, God, whatever this woman writes, whatever that woman writes on that piece of paper, let it be her portion. Me, I prayed. So me, I don't know what you've written on that. If you've written 5K, God is going to agree. Imagine that amount. Because I'm also a strong believer, like God is going to work, you know, you do your part and then God does his part. So also, we cannot be asking for 500,000 and you've not written your CV and you've not put out any job application. So we are working together with God, but we have to do something, because again, your purpose, God is not going to give you your purpose on a silver platter. You have to go out and get it. But what do you see? What do you see being paid? I'm curious to see. Okay. Wow. So you're writing the dates, you're writing your name, and you're writing the amount. And I want you, because you're going to go with this check at home, you're going to put it where you'll be seeing it every day. Join Joroge, 850,000. Imagine and write. Imagine and write. Write your name, write it in words, write it in figures until it sinks in. These figures are making me so happy. Yadli? Hey, why? So quickly, before I give Eric back the microphone, So if you're going back to work, if you're envisioning yourself going back to 9 to 5, I'm not going to talk about the CV, the cover letter, because we've done for most of you. But when you go for an interview and they ask you, so I see there's a gap. I see there's a gap on your CV. So what have you been doing for the past 5 years? I know we normally struggle because the minute they ask you, what have you been doing for the past 8 years? The only thing that comes to your mind is diapers and poop and formula and breast milk. Beyond that, the mind goes blank. Cindy, like, like what have you been doing? So when you go back home, I want you to sit with your talent, your mission, and your passion. And I want you to be able to tell the story to yourself. Because if you're not able to tell yourself the story when you go for an interview, you're not going to be able to say the story. For some of us, you worked somewhere before you took the break to stay at home. So there's a place where you worked until a certain date, and then you took some time, and then now you're trying to get back to work. So you have some work experience. So I want you to think about what are your strengths, your skills, and your passions outside of being a mom. We're going to talk about a little bit about some of the things that you gain just being at home with your children. Even for the people who've managed to be wives for 10 years, you need to update your CVs because it's also not easy. So you combine that and motherhood, we need to give you a PhD in something. So when you think about yourself, even outside of that work that you left to stay at home, what would you say are some of your strengths, your skills, and your passions? And let's begin with strengths. So when you go for an interview and so they ask you, I see for the past 5 years you've not been working, and I know there's a very strong urge to say no, I've not been working, I've been staying at home taking care of my kids, and you leave it at that. That is okay, and that is true. But there's a lot of things that there are a lot of skills and strengths that you have honed, and things that you now have because of being a mom. Also, and for some of us, I know there are things you've been doing, probably things you've been doing, doing in church, things that you've been doing online. There's some form of work experience that you have, but because you think it's insignificant, you're not going to mention it. So that is what we need to package. So in terms of strengths, some of us, I know just by being at home with your kids, you can talk about your organizational skills. You probably are the one who, you plan the menu, you plan when the kids are going to school, what time they wake up, what time they have lunch, what time, they're having dinner, like what is the morning routine, what is the evening routine, this is what they do. It's a lot of work. Me, I know it's a lot of work. And so you can talk about your organizational skills. You can talk about like personal, I'm just going to highlight like a few, but I know there are others, like depending on yourself, your temperament, your personality, and your environment. There's so many things that you could say. So I could talk about organizational skills. I could talk about administration skills. I could talk about, you see how if you've been consistently like maybe like doing homework with your child, what has that taught you? Because it could be, you could say something and you're going for an interview in an NGO that deals with kids, and then they're going to be able, they might pick something from what you're saying. And what you're saying is just, you are just saying about what you like normally do on a day-to-day basis. But from that, they're able to pick something. So you can talk a little bit about what you've been doing as a mom, but also think about what other work have you done? Because I know for some of us, there are things that you've been doing. There are things that you've been doing. you probably helped a friend with a project. There's some work you've done online. There's something that you've been doing. You need to package that. And once you have that story, I want you to tell it to yourself. So when they ask you, what have you been doing for the past 5 years? The first thing that comes to your mind cannot be poop. There's a story. If you don't have a story, because then the other question that is going to come is, what is your salary expectation? And there's an urge for us to say, I'm going to take anything because I've not been working for the past 5 years. So you can't even imagine that, this organization can pay you. But you see, they should pay you because, number one, if you are able to have children in your house and take care of them, what can't you do? What can't you do? I think that is the most difficult thing on earth. So this other thing is something that can be learned. You can learn how to do this work. You can go back to school, to be able to get the skills that you need to do, whatever work it is. But anything other than trying to keep children alive, I think we can all agree, there's nothing else you can't do. And if you've been able to keep children and a husband, it's even PhD. So if we are starting there, we are starting from, there's nothing you can't do. But now, because you can do everything, literally, what do you want to do? And when you present yourself for the interview, are you able to package yourself in a way that someone is going to hire you? Yeah? And if you decide you want to go the business way, because I also know there's and I don't know if it's a Kenyan thing, but you see people doing this type of business and you want to go into it because you've been told there's some money. But if you think about what your strengths, your skills, and your passions are, you are able to look for a business that is in line with your strengths, your skills, and your passions. I can see Emily and Eric doing that thing. So I think it's time for me to hand over the microphone. I don't know if you're doing the Q&A now or later. Later. Okay. Eric.
Very much. And Joanna just thrown me under the bus. I wasn't doing anything, by the way. Me, I was okay. I was enjoying the story and the session. So, we are going to actually really towards the end, the very tail end of our session today. But before we go into that tail end of the session, I like what Joanne was saying, about your abilities and what you've done so far. I have found that women are extremely good at telling themselves stories. Yeah. I don't know whether it's a gift that just God give women naturally. Yeah. And you are born with it. And you are able to shift who you are because of what you believe in your mind. Yeah. And the first thing that society tries to attack in a female, in a woman, is what you believe about yourself and what you think about yourself. That's why if someone attacks the way you dress, the way you look, the way you smile, anything about you, it begins to affect what you think about yourself. So as you go out, begin with a story that you tell yourself. Even if it's just every morning, to take a few minutes. Yeah. And this sounds cocky. And there are people who do it, there are people who think, that's for those people with their heads in the air. But if every morning you can just take a few minutes and have a script, have a short script, right? And decide, this is who I am. Joy is beautiful, joy is intelligent, joy is courageous, joy has insight, joy is gifted in business. Just say it, whether you believe it or not. Yeah. We forget that there's this thing that is called the subconscious, right? And we think because it's the subconscious, then it has no impact, but it has an impact on who we are. So the story you tell yourself, the way today when you are preparing to show up today, the way you look, the way you dressed, yeah, the cologne you put on, you picked a specific one, right? Today you decided this is the shoe I want to wear. There's a story you are telling yourself, and that's the way you wanted to show up. So imagine if you do that for yourself in every other area of your life. Not when you want to impress your husband or your spouse or your boyfriend or your friends, not only when you're going for a birthday party or you're coming for such an event, but every day that I'm going to show up as the very best version of myself. And there's a story I'm going to tell myself for this season and this period of my life as I wait to go to the next place. Yeah. So I'm hoping that we've written some proper numbers. I'm hoping when Joanne was saying she prayed today in the morning, she also probably remembered to mention that there was going to be at least one man. You know, I'm seeing the gentleman in the cameras. Did you guys write the check? I hope she prayed for us, Manzi, as she was praying today, that the figure we wrote comes to pass. And chances are again, and I know you've had this 1,000,001 times, that the way us men think and what we put down and the way we show up, it comes with a lot of courage and looks like it's too bold, right? And then you're thinking, let me just write 800K. Maybe let me just write 1,000,000. Some of these guys here probably wrote 10 million, 11 million. I'm serious, because you first have to believe it. And you tell it to your subconscious as you pray and you trust God, then one day it becomes your reality. So, now that you all look very properly informed, take out your phones. Take out your phone. Then hold your check in front of you and take a picture of that check. Yeah? You're constantly scrolling through your phone. This check, John has told you to put it somewhere you'll remember. By the time you leave here, you'll think, now am I going to show this to my husband? He'll think I'm an idiot. I'm going to hide it. So that then, even if you're hiding the physical check, please take a picture of your check. A nice picture, clear. So that then, every time you scroll, you see it. When you're looking at the pictures of your son, your daughter, you see it. And you're reminded that this is who I want to become and this is where I'm going. So have you taken a picture of your check? Nicely. Everyone has. Yeah? Now, I don't know how you're going to do this. Let me try with myself. I see if it's possible. Now take a selfie with your check. This is you. This is just you. For you. Yeah? Yeah, clean that camera. Clean that camera. Make sure that it's a clean, nice. It doesn't have a thumbprint or a smudge. Yes, wipe that camera. Good. Don't be shy. Don't be shy about it. Okay? Lovely. Perfect. I like that. And actually, maybe as guys are doing that, let me take a picture of the entire team. That looks good. Guys holding up their checks as they are taking selfies. Oh, that is so beautiful. Yeah. Perfect. Now, put the check down. Now I want you to take a selfie of yourself. Now this one is for the ones you're tagging. The ones you're tagging and the ones you're putting online. Don't put your check online, sawa? There are many dream killers out here. There are people who are going to start praying against you. So don't put it out there. This is just for you. Take a nice selfie. Eh? A nice one. Are guys taking selfies? Let me take a selfie of people taking selfies. Perfect. You're taking selfies, eh? Sindo? Aya. Now the last one. Take a selfie with your friends. Now this one you can take with the person on your right, the person on your left. There's that friend that you saw on another table, you want to take a selfie with them. So go take a selfie with them. I've known Joanne for years, but I've never taken a selfie with Joanne. All right. Selfies, selfies. Are we taking selfies with our team and our group? Let me see if I'll be able to capture all of us here. Amazing, thank you. Let me try this table as well. Hopefully I'll be able to catch everyone. Thanks guys, thanks guys. Are we taking selfies with everyone on the table? I seem to be the only one who's interested with everyone. Yay. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Selfies, selfies, selfies. What do you call a selfie? Emily, let me take a selfie with this table of yours. Yay. Ah, that's a nice one. Huko hapo. That's a very nice one. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. All right. Are we happy? Are we happy with ourselves and their pictures? Yeah? Perfect. So please make sure as you post, what were the hashtags? What were the hashtags again? S H A SAHM, right? And then the second hashtag was what? Moms breaking barriers. Yeah? You can say moms breaking barriers, or you can say I am breaking barriers. Okay? All right then. So I'll want us to get up quickly, and then we will go. We're going to have a question and answer session for both Joanne and Marianne. But before that, I want us to go outside because of the light and do a group photo, right? Yeah. So please let's do that, and then immediately let's come back in and have a quick Q&A. Yeah. And make sure that your check is you don't lose it. All right then. So let's head out and do that quickly. Let's head out. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, let's head out. Let's head out. Oh, I'm standing on the way. Yeah, we're going outside for a photo, a group photo, and then we come back in. session today. No one has any. You have a question, Sawa. For who? For Joanne or Marianne? Then go ahead. So let's pay attention to this question.
It's on. Okay. Good evening, ladies. My name is Sharon. I'm a mom of one. And my question is, it was tackled before, but now I didn't really get an answer. And it's just really about now the gap. So like, let's say I've gone for an interview and they've really asked me now, what are you doing for the past 1.5 years? Like an example of what I can say now. But I did get what you said about, oh, whatever you've been doing, just package it. And now probably maybe like an example. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so before taking the gap, were you working? Mm-hmm. And what were you doing? Mm-hmm. All right. Coordinator was the role. Okay. How long was the gap? All right. In that 1.5 years, did you do any kind of work like volunteering in any internship, any part-time, any kind of work during that 1.5 years? All right. So in this case, it's okay to say I took a break. I took a 1.5-year break to take care of my child. Yes. However, so that is what is going to start. But the 90% of what you're going to say is the last place where you worked. So you mentioned the gap, but let someone see what your value is before you took that 1.5-year break. So they'll be lost if you're able to package it well. The last place where you work, they'll be lost in what you're saying, and they'll even almost forget that there's this 1.5-year break. But let me just take this moment to mention it's never a bad idea, even if you've taken you made the decision to stay home and raise your kids. If you can be able to put in, even if it's like an hour, 30 minutes of doing a course or doing anything that you feel is in line with your strengths, your skills, and your passions, and is going to come naturally to you, it's going to be highly advisable. Because at the point when now you choose to go back to work, you're going to have a lot of things to say. So either now or like another time, if you can be able to do, even if it's volunteering, it can be a course, it can be something that you love to do, don't stop doing it. If you are able to do it, incorporate it in your in your day-to-day activity. It's going to go a long way. But if between those 1.5 years there's no volunteer any work experience, that is fine. You'll say you took 1.5 years to raise your kids, but before that you come in guns blazing. Does it make sense? Yeah.
Any other question? And as this is going to the back, I like what John has said. Please make sure that, and there are many online courses nowadays, right? Do something. Do something. Yes. Please stand. Please stand.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eunice. I have two questions. One, when do you know when to send the ATS CV? And when do you know when to send the modern CV? The second question, mostly, this is not what I went to school to do, but I do project management. I have been at home now for, it will be 5 years in September. So I wanted to ask, in that period, I have done 2 short courses, one in project management, professional course, monitoring and evaluation, a professional course too. At the same time, could I say because project management goes together with event planning. I have planned my own wedding and 2 other weddings for my friends. Is that something I could say I did? Thank you.
So the modern CV, you use it when you are sending to a particular email address to a particular person. And the ATS CV, ATS stands for Applicant Tracking System. So if you're applying to organizations that you suspect would have thousands of people applying, like Google, IBM, Microsoft, like the big multinationals, the UN, you want to use an ATS CV because the ATS CV is going to have keywords that this software would have. So depending, if your CV is 90% compliant, then your CV is going to get shortlisted. So the only thing that you need to remember when you're sending your CV to a particular person, to a particular email, use the modern CV. If you're asked to upload your CV online, you upload the ATS CV. Usually, you don't want to upload the ATS CV. Sometimes they'll ask for your cover letter. But if you're uploading something somewhere on the internet, upload ATS. Sending to an email address, send the modern CV. To your next question, yes, anything that you have done in line with your strengths, your skills, and your passions is good content to say during an interview. So, you planning a wedding, you planning your friend's wedding, you even cooking, like it could be that you've done some catering for your, like for a friend. That is work experience that you can use. I want to encourage you, anything that you have done at that during that period of time, that 1.5 years, 3 years, 2 years, nothing is mundane. That, like, whatever it is you've done, there's a way you can consolidate it and give a story in a way that makes you so marketable, and you're able to ask for that money that you've written on your check.
Thank you. And I can see another question over there, and then we'll come here.
My question is,
Listen.
Hi, I'm Jerry. My question is, if you've been doing business, do you include that in your CV? And also, if it's still a business that's running, do you also say that you are doing a business, but you're trying to get into work, but the business is running? So, is it something you mentioned?
So there are usually 2 schools of thought, whether you're a stay-at-home mom or not. If you're doing business, should you include that on your CV? There are people who, if they see you're self-employed on your CV, they'll want to hire you because it takes a lot of grit and tenacity to run a business. There are so many skills, there's so many things that you are as a business owner that someone else who's not started, ran, failed at a business does not have. So for me, I would add it. I can add it. You can add currently self-employed. You can add that you are the sales and marketing professional in your organization. So it's not going to look like you run the business. You can put it under additional experiences. So for me, what would inform the decision to add whether or not you are self-employed is the direction in which you want to steer your career, the organizations that you're trying to get into. For some organizations, you'll put as self-employed and you're running a business. For some, you'll probably put business development manager. For some, you'll put that experience in additional experiences. So it really depends on the direction, but having that on your CV is an added advantage because it takes a lot to run a business. And let me just mention also, if you have any questions for Marianne, also please ask. I hope I've answered.
Hi everyone, my name is Kellen. So I have 2 questions. The first question is, I would like you to tell me how to package the answer to this question. Why did you leave your job? And I'll give you a scenario. So I left a banking job to go into a remote job because the remote job was paying better, and also it was giving me the opportunity to work from home, and I'd just gotten a child. So it was a good opportunity for that. So, but now it was a startup and they've gone broke and they're no longer paying. So I'd like to go back to the 9 to 5. I've done 3 interviews, and when I give the answer to this, I see the change in the reception. So I don't know how to answer why did you leave your job, because to them it looks like a 9 to 5 is better than a remote job. But I know finance wise and the work from home opportunity, because it was also COVID time, it was good for me. but I don't know how to package that answer. So please help me. Then the second question is, how do you interpret not being called for, not being given an offer and not being given a rejection? You are just there. Like you go for an interview, I've gone for two, and they say we are urgently recruiting. You'll get communication by the end of the week. Then they don't communicate. There's no reject, there's no offer. How do you interpret that?
So usually, and anyone in HR can tell you, the recruitment process is different from organization to organization, and sometimes we can put out a job posting, and for one reason or the other, because of budget, maybe the person who is supposed to approve that that hiring has not, approved something, or they went with another candidate. There are a million and one reasons why they did not get back to you, and because you don't know exactly what, my advice always is, you've gone for an interview, and you probably have a telephone number and email address of the people who interviewed you. Pick up the phone and call them and tell them, it's been 2 weeks, it's been 3 weeks. I came for an interview. You had said within, on this particular date, you're going to get back to me, and you did not. So I'm just calling to follow up. Is there any feedback? And follow up once. If they don't, call back, move on. Don't don't be don't obsess with the feedback, because it could be anything. So pick up the phone, call them. Sometimes they'll pick up, sometimes they will not pick up. They might give you a story, but follow up once and that's it, because then again you don't want to come across as desperate. So that's the first question. The second question, for you had a 9 to 5 job, then you took the remote work, and now you're trying to get back to 9 to 5. If the reason you're giving them is that you left the 9 to 5 for flexibility, you see how no one is going to hire you if that's the reason you're giving. Even me, I wouldn't. Because then if you left because of flexibility, then my worry would be, if you came, you'd still want to leave. So I would give another reason, this, I don't know what work it was, but it could be it had some work that was going to expand your experiences, and it was going to, your career would be on an upward trajectory, or you wanted to work in a different industry, or it made sense at the time, because then you felt, in the previous job, you had reached the ceiling and you were looking for, other challenges. So I would, that's how I would answer that question.
Hi everyone, my name is Sheila. My question I wanted to ask, let me give my background a bit. So I started working remotely like 2 years ago. I was doing software engineering. That was a time when, you see, like during COVID times, when everyone was on lockdown, you lose your job, you lose your business, and you're there, you're thinking, okay, what do I do with my life? Probably I can start learning a new skill. So that is how I found myself, like getting into coding. I ventured into software engineering, and at the end of a year, I was fortunate to get a really good remote job. But in the midst of it, I I discovered that, this is probably not where I would like to continue being in, because even when you look at the intention of why I got into it, was not because of passion. So in the middle, I found myself like thinking, probably I would do well in a career like project management. So when now I'm in the process of making that career shift. So for me to become a project manager, someone who can be recognized even internationally, I have to take some time and do some courses, get certified. So that will mean I take a proper break, which, you know,
it also means that I won't be making money, and I'll also be taking time to study. So as I'm here at this particular point in time, I'm thinking, why can't I just also make some money on the side as well as studying? So I just don't, back it to evil. So you just want to make some money on the side. So there are these remote jobs offered by American companies, European companies, and you know how those international markets are. They are always hiring people. They always have jobs. So you like sometimes I find myself like when if I, like when I want to make extra money, I go look for these simple jobs like virtual assistant, customer care. Those ones that you need not so serious skills. So you get into a site and they're actually telling you, you just need to be remote. You need to have these skills. So go ahead and apply. So I found myself actually even taking interviews. But when the employer finds out that you're from Kenya, they're like, we want someone from the States right now. And you need and at that particular point in time when they were looking for somebody, they said that they want someone from uh, global, worldwide. So when you get qualified, you get into the interview, and then they tell you, you cannot work for us. I feel like we need somebody from our state right now, and this has been like I found myself getting rejected like that, like 5 times. So like my CV has been good, everything has been good, interviews have been good, but they come and find out, okay, you're from Kenya, we need someone from the states. So I started doing my research and I stumbled upon a lady on YouTube talking about those kind of rejections. But then she was like, okay, the big problem where people go wrong is saying or like telling these people you're from Kenya. Ati, no, she was trying to imply that what you should do or what rather people are doing right now is they use VPN. You see. So so now like I started thinking to myself, is this a secure way of doing it? Because now you see when you use a VPN, it will kind of show that you're in the States. It will kind of show that you're working in the States. You can set your location for it to look like you're working in the States so that they can kubali you, but you're in Kenya. So I hear people are doing that, but I'm here seated thinking, is it the right thing to do? Because at the end of the day, if you're caught, probably you'd lose your job. So that was a question I wanted to ask. Is it safe to do that? And then the other question is like, are there like remote websites or American companies or that are genuinely looking for Kenyan talent? Because sometimes they just say that they are looking for people to hire globally, but when you present yourself and you have presented yourself well, they tell you that we are looking for somebody from yeah.
Okay, so the first question. So anyone who follows me, if you've been following me for quite some time, so for me, it's just it's a rule I've had from the time when I was a HR recruiter. The minute I find any kind of dishonesty, it's done. We are done. I don't care if this person went to Harvard, you have 4.0 GPA, it's just we are done. And I know there are many HR and recruitment professionals who hold that thing as true. So I would not get myself entangled with anything dishonest. I would rather lose the job, lose the money. But if it's if it's dishonest, it's a no go zone because it's not worth your career. It's not that one thing can make you never get employed ever. So it's not a place I would I would go in terms of even your degree. If they ask you for pay slips, just give the original ones. Don't go to River Road. Don't like just don't get yourself caught in anything dishonest. So that one is an easy one. The second one, are there uh, companies looking to hire people remotely or and Kenyans? Absolutely yes. In fact, like just was it like 2 weeks ago, I got a job, like a remote work from a Canadian organization. So like it's proof, yes. Like there are organizations that want to hire Kenyans. And I remember when I got onto that call, they didn't think I'm Kenyan when I started talking. So when I started talking, they picked up my accent. Of course, I'm not, I'm Zungu, I'm like really Kenyan, but they went on like to give me the job. And not just, there are many people who would say the same thing. So they are there. You probably like just need to look like further and deeper. And it's just like, you can go onto LinkedIn and on the search bar on LinkedIn, look for jobs, then refine the search, remote, like remote jobs, part-time jobs, put the countries, put Canada, put US, uh, put Germany. Again, what I always say is some of us don't have opportunities because your mind cannot think that you can get a job off of like Spain and Germany and the States. Go and search and look and let the job come and apply. Like those jobs are there. There's so many Kenyans like working and being paid in like dollars and whatnot. So those jobs are available. It's just cast your net far and wide and see what it catches.
Good evening. My name is Dorcas. First off, Joanne, thank you so much for convening this conference. I'm sure all of us here can attest to the value that we've gotten based off of your rate card because I've seen it. And so thank you so much for this gathering. My question is, so how do you capture overlapping experience that is not related? Let me give you context. So I left work in 2014 and I began to homeschool my children. And in between that period, I got an offer from a friend who was starting up a school in Nanyuki to help head the school. So I moved there and I was a deputy principal while still homeschooling my children. And at the same time, I was working an online job. So how do you capture this in a CV? Because it's all happening at the same time and it's not all related because the online job had nothing to do with the teaching.
So what informs the decision to include experiences on your CV is the job that you're applying to. So like if I was to apply for a role as an influencer, you see how already the first thing I'll put as my first work experience would be an influencing job and not a career coaching. So if like you want to apply for a business development role and on your CV in your bag you have some sales and marketing job, you have maybe an administrative job and a customer representative job, the one that you put first would be if it's a sales and marketing job that you're applying to, the sales and marketing experience needs to start. And so when you're crafting a CV, what is going to inform what you put and what you don't put is where you're applying to. And it's highly encouraged that you tailor make your CV for the job that you're applying to. So you can have that. The second thing that I must say is any kind of work experience is important to put on your CV. It's just how you arrange it. Sometime back, I put, I think, a reel, and I was saying sometimes someone has a degree in economics and statistics, and then you have a degree in economics and statistics, and then masters in project management, and now you're applying for an admin job. You see, if you bring for me that CV like that, I'll be like, what is going on? Even if someone was to serve you food, and it's getheri and rice and avocado and fruits and everything all together, like it's not going to look good. But there's a way that same food, if it's plated differently, then it's more palatable. So to say that it's how you arrange your work experiences on the CV. It can be there's some work experiences that you can remove and put under additional experiences. You can decide that because then on your CV you need to put the latest work experience. I've seen people who they forget the dates and then they just put like they make a functional CV. So it's going to be highly dependent on what job you're applying to. That is going to inform what experience comes first and what you put in what move. But I think in your case, because then I would you can also decide on the online work to highlight what would be what experiences are going to be needed in the job that you're applying to, because there's no job that you do, that would go to waste unless like you did like many years ago, and it's an issue of space and you don't put everything on the CV. But what you need to remember is what informs what goes on the CV is the job that you're applying to. So you don't need to put everything. You need to put the experiences in a way that is going to be palatable to the recruiter and hiring manager.
Hello, everybody. My name is Helen. My question is similar to hers. The first one would be, so during the time I took the break after I gave birth, the experience that I have in that period is not related to what I did at work. So I'm a chef and I worked in the hotel industry. And then during my break, I was doing event logistics, like in a high stress, like funerals, weddings. So that's the experience I have during that period. So if they ask me, do I say that's what I was doing because that's not related to if I'm applying for hotel job? Do I say that's what I was doing because it's not related? And then also in my CV, in my CV, if you arrange how you're putting the experience depending on the job, if you don't put one experience, for example, when I left school, I became a chef. After maybe 5 or 6 years, I went to front office. So I did admin work until I was a manager. So those two experiences also the same industry, but not really same industry. So if I don't put the front office and I want to go back to cooking in a 9 to 5 job, if I don't put front office, then what am I saying during that gap? If I don't put it on my CV, and then that's the question.
That's a very good question. My first question is, after we've done our exercise, I hope you know what the intersection is. And so two things, because sometimes what is there in the intersection is different from how things are on the ground. So you could be given a job that is outside of the intersection, and at the end of the day, I would not encourage someone not to take a job if you need to put food on the table. So I have a few questions for you. So I don't know if the chef is what is at the intersection and is what you want to pursue. Is it?
Yes, it's what.
Okay, but then the experience is different because the experience you had when you took after the break is different, if I'm getting it correctly. All right. And so the jobs that now you want to apply to, are they employed jobs or are they work for yourself?
Currently, I'm trying to start a business, but
Okay.
I want to get an employed job to them.
All right. The employed job that you want to get, is it in chef or in the logistics?
So for the logistics, I don't have like certificates to back the logistics. So in my head, I don't think I can get because I don't have paperwork for that. But for hospitality, I'd be ideally more going to hospitality because then I have the certificates to back that up.
All right. So the title of this CV is going to be a hospitality professional. So name, title, hospitality professional. So if we put your current, the place where you worked last in logistics, will that help in you getting hired as a hospitality professional? Would it? The people who are in hospitality, Akina Joy Njoroge, is there any logistics in that work? So the logistics role, how long did you do it?
It wasn't like a full employment. I was doing contracts here and there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when was the last time you worked there?
Last year, December, or last quarter of last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Between last year and to date, what kind of work have you done in between? Okay. So I would, if the title of my CV is hospitality, then I would probably change the title, because now you're saying the kind of work that you're going to look out for is like a chef role, right? Okay. So I would put the hospitality under additional experiences. So the first thing that I see when I look at your CV would be a chef job. But then I wouldn't put the title as hospitality. I would put something, because I know in the chef you guys normally have GST titles, like there's they're normally interesting names, sous chef, and there's something else. Those CVs, like if you do a certain thing, there's a name, like, yeah. So like depending on that direction, like you put that, then the hospitality role would the hospitality experience would come under additional experiences on the CV. If you've done your modern CV, then you know there's a way we play around with the segments. So when someone looks at that CV, we can decide to have a one page, one face, so everything is like this when I look at it, or we can decide to have like 2 pages, so it's in front and back. So we can even decide to just put one work experience, because then that one work experience, it's not a representative of everything that you've done. But just to ensure that your CV is skewed towards one direction, we could choose to just leave that one chef experience, and then put your industry expertise, put your strengths, put my time, put some books, put some of your hard skills. So I would like, if it's chef, then it's like breaking down what in that experience can get you hired. It's looking at a job description of a job that you have, and ensuring that the CV is tailored for that particular job. I think that is what I would do.
So in your experience, you don't put the time frame. Like I worked from 2010 to 2012. You don't put the time frame.
We do. So yeah, we put the years on your CV. But you see, like in your case, you could put one work experience, the most current one, and then when you asked the break, like you took a break to take care of your children, but you're passionate about chef because of 1, 2, 3 and things. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll say that we stop there because of time. I know that there are many questions, but there are ways to reach Joanne's team, and Emily will, I'm sure, be very central to that, and just sharing contacts on how to get more assistance and help. Now, I want us to appreciate Joanne and Marianne with not claps, with a horse galloping. So, can we do that for them, please? Thank you. Right, for Joanne, let's go. Faster, slowly, jump over barrier. Thank you, Joanne. For Marianne, faster, faster, jump over barrier. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, everyone. Let's have our seats as we wrap up. Of course, I really want to say thank you. It's been an honor and pleasure to be in the presence of such amazing ladies and women. I've actually never been in a room with this many women. Like, it feels nice. Feels nice. I'm happy. Thank you so much for being so pleasant. Thank you for allowing yourself to be part of this and part of this process. Thank you for setting aside time to show up, and for yourself, to become better, to improve yourself. Be bold. Be very, very bold. Like, be courageous. Yeah. And courage at times is you sending out that CV or calling and saying, by the way, even if you already know that your heart is beating, you're thinking, this person, I don't know what they'll think about me, just call. I remember, as I finish, let me say, I remember something that Joanne once said in one of our videos when she was saying, when you're applying for a job and then you discover you're pregnant. You applied and then Now, like, I've been out of work for the last 2 years because I was taking care of my baby. I've applied for a job, I've gotten accepted. You know, I'm in the interview process, and then I discover I'm pregnant. Do I tell them I'm pregnant? Yeah, do I bring it up at the interview process, or do I get the job and then 9 months later I take a break? I won't say what Joanne said. Go look for that video. It's on her pages. Actually, I think it was on LinkedIn, and I'm sure it's also on her pages. But I assure you, as a guy, I would not care. I would go for the interview. I do the interview. Once they give me the job, that's when they discover 5 months later when they see dude is pregnant. And then now let's have a discussion with HR about it. Yeah. What I'm saying is, I don't allow anything to stop you from stepping into spaces that you belong in. Don't question, do I belong here? And ladies do that a lot. Do I belong here? Should I not? Yeah. And just push back. At times, you already know they've said no, but push back either way. Get the voice and the strength to stand strong. So I wish you all the very, very best. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor for me. And I'm so happy to see all the lovely faces and smiles. And I'm looking forward to hearing the stories and hopefully bearing witness to the great strides you'll take. Asanteni sana. Thank you to Team Emily and everyone from Joanne, the career coach team. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Marianne. Be blessed. You're free to chat a bit. You're free to take selfies if you like. Sorry? Yes. And just be easy. But anyway, you know, little Erics and little Marys are probably waiting. But Emily, please come and do the thing. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a lovely evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause to all of us for coming. You all look so beautiful. Thank you so much for showing up. Also, thank you, Joanne, for creating such a forum. Tumepata kitu. And let not what happens in Windsor stay in Windsor in this case. Sawa sawa. Whatever we've learned, let's go and implement. So on my end is just to say, oh yeah, we have, is it a goodie? Do I call it that, Joanne? So when you go to Joanne's link, you can do that later on Instagram. There's on that link tree, when you go to career services, an interview prep is around 20,000. So Joanne felt very generous and said she was willing to extend 50% to the team here. And the offer runs till today is Saturday. Let's say tomorrow. The offer runs till tomorrow. Tomorrow is 7th. So if you're interested, you can click the link and then you'll get all the other details. Again, if you have any questions, you have my email, you have my phone number. Feel free to reach out. Sawa sawa. Yes. I think we should end with a word of prayer. Joy. Pastor Joy. Nobody Pastor Joy.
All right. Thank you so much, Joanne. I think we can all stand up. And maybe just give everyone 2 or 3 minutes to make a prayer over yourself, over the things that you have learned, and just submit yourself to God. Because He knows the talents, He knows the passion, He knows the mission He has put inside of you. And just honor Him and tell Him, Lord, thank you for all these things you've put inside of me. I pray that, Lord, they may, that you may help me to realize them, that I will live a fulfilled life. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you and we honor you, Lord. Thank you, Spirit of God, that you have loved us so much and that you have even, you have used Joanne, Lord, in this forum to be able to meet so many of us, oh God. And Father, so many people who have not yet known their talents, their passion, oh God, and their mission, Jehovah, they are here. And Father, we are here, Lord, trying to find out what it is that you have placed inside of us. And Father, we thank you because your word has said that many are the plans in the mind of a man, but it is your purpose that shall prevail. It is your purpose that shall stand. And Father, I want to pray that each and every person is going to be able to realize the power, the strength that you have put in them, that substance that you have put in each and every person. I pray that we'll be able to find it out. We will be able to realize it and live a fulfilled life, that every day is going to find meaning. Every door that has been called closed, Lord, we are going to be able to open it because you have put in us substance. In the name of Jesus, I pray that, my God, we will be able to step out of our comfort zones. We'll be able to step out of our fears. We'll be able to step out of whatever we have been called we cannot. Whatever has been said of us that we cannot be able to do, Father, we will be able to step out and realize that, Father, you have called us so much more than we see. So much more is inside of us. And I pray for each and every mother, each and every person, each and every wife, each and every woman in this place. I pray, and even the men, I pray that, Father, we will be able to live a life that is full of purpose, that has meaning, in the name of Jesus, that we'll be able to pick up, oh God, every area that has seemed dead, every area that has seemed locked down or in fear, that, Father, we'll be able to lift up and step forth into that which you have called us into. We bless you, we exalt you. We want to speak a blessing over Joanne, and Father, that you will extend and expand her territory, even as she continues to pour out to people, that you will pour into her. We thank you and we honor you in the name of Jesus. I pray, believing and trusting. Amen.